Fools! Welcome back. Welcome back for some more SAROS. How's it going? Let me see here. Who do I have to thank? Aim to Misbehave with the 105. Thank you. Roider as well with the 18. Thank you. And thanks, Blood Sense. Hold on. So, yeah, let's play a bit more Saros, shall we? Let's see if I can learn how to play the game properly today. The feeling we were getting our ass handed to us last time because I was not using the new guard mechanic, that block mechanic, because we were able to play through the first area just fine without it, so... But yeah, for that boss, you're probably a bit more incentivized to use it. So let's see if we can use some of these new mechanics today and get past this first boss. Hold on. Parry mechanic, and not so much a parry mechanic. It's like it's a kind of a unique shield mechanic, where when you use a shield to absorb enemy projectiles, you can then convert those projectiles into attack power, into big damage. So let's see if we can use that mechanic today. That was Silent Hill 1 music there. The last 2 tracks were from Silent Hill 1. Hold on. Ba-da-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Okay. Hold on a second. Oh boy, Sinister Shadow. Hey, welcome back everyone. Tax evasion. Yuki, Letium, Seconaut, of course, Dalton, Space. Welcome back everyone for a bit more Saros. Hopefully we can make some progress today. I don't think I should have been... Something just wasn't right about the way I was getting my ass handed to me by that boss last time, wiping the floor with me, and I'd say it's because I wasn't using that ability. I don't think I can use my abilities at all in here. Oh damn, we have a lot of stuff saved up. I made a lot of money last time we went out. That's M&Ms you can hear, yeah, in the background. Munching on some M&Ms. Adds a second chance on death. We've 7 of these to spend already. I mean, I guess I'll take that. Less Lucenite lost on death? Sure. Dispatch Prophet. Plus resilience, +1 resilience, +1 command, and +1 drive for every proficiency level. But I don't have what I need to purchase that. Probably going to get that when I beat the boss or something. Higher level weapons. Sure. Increases shield capacity. Increases power weapon usage. Okay. Alright, let's go out one more time. This time we'll try and experiment with this shield, see how it works.
Whatever else you find, tracing the signal comes first.
No arguments here, boss.
Ugh. Yo, big gruff protagonist voice. Yeah, so when I use the shield, it fills up this meter. And this is like my big, powerful weapon. Yeah, and there's the shield. Which, interestingly, is an extension of your melee attack. Your punch. When you keep holding punch, it extends to a shield. Kind of unique that they tied it to your melee punch. A shock. Restores armor integrity. Ricochet hand cannon 7. Okay. Gooch. Hey. Shattered Rise. Okay, it's just telling me the name of the area again. I was wondering what the hell that was popping up on the screen. How are you doing, Gooch? How are you getting on?
Thanks.
Sneaky with the 39. Thanks. Right, I'm gonna force myself to use stuff here. So I'm collecting projectiles. And then I miss. Oh, I was leaving a trail of projectiles there as well. Oh, that's the type of attack it is. It leaves bombs. Okay. Right, interesting. All right, we're gaming now. Yeah, it was very easy to just ignore this mechanic at the start of the game last time. I was just like, I'm just going to keep playing Returnal. I'm just going to keep running and gunning. Because it's all you really need for this first area, but I guess then when you get to the boss, they kind of force you to... I'm sure you can beat the boss without this mechanic, but it feels like that's when you're really forced to learn how to play with the new mechanics. Okay, that's a pretty fun system. I like that. Where we have this incentive to pick up projectiles to use as power. You played almost the whole game without the shield. It's easy to forget it's there. Yeah, it is. Especially going from Returnal. Because it feels so similar in the way that it plays. So you might be naturally inclined to just keep playing like you played Returnal. Take less damage after a kill. And +3 resilience. Well, I can't say no to that. Looks like an Ikaruga mechanic. I don't think I want to go down there, do I? I could. How do I dash again? Whoa. Ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-da-do. Ba-dum-bum. That one needs key. Right, so like, if I'm out of energy, I could use stuff like this just as like a free resource. Ha, okay, cool. And now we're full. Fuck you. Boom. Oh, wow, it's already full again. Okay, pretty fun. Pretty fun. Spices up the gameplay. But I guess that was one thing I was maybe a little bit underwhelmed by last time as well, that it was feeling like almost too Returnal. But this is definitely a nice addition. Seems like it plays off that corruption mechanic in a cool way as well, how you can use this to get rid of the corruption, or I think that's how it worked, right? You can use this ability to get rid of that max health handicap. Something like that. Let's try going in here. What do we have here? I think I might be able to use this ability to blast through these as well. See if I can go back and get some more power for it from those blue things. Do I also have a red absorbing shield? I just have one blue absorbing shield. Alright, let's try this. Nice. Okay. I probably can't damage myself with that, but just to be safe. Carcosan key. Hey, AJ. Sir Mao, did I thank you for your 17 as well? Thanks. When they were introducing that shield mechanic, I kind of misunderstood it as well. I thought it was saying that I could, like, restore the power of the shield when I suck up projectiles. But that's not what it means at all. It's to give you this offensive power, build up this meter, your blast meter. Immunity after kill. Another Carcosan key. Corruption is a bit of a choice. On the one hand, it caps your health level lower, but then you can return to normal form and shooting power shot and then gradually collect health again. Right, yeah. I think maybe there was a benefit as well to staying in the corrupted form as well. Like maybe the more corrupted you get, the more powerful the shot will be when you expend it or something. Either way, it seems like a cool little mechanic. With the trade-offs. Wondering if I could go down there. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Whoa, I'm just playing around here with this. Oh. That caught him as well. Hi there, Joinks. You're being monitored again as a suspicious user. Ever since your last ban. Sorry, Joinks, I'm gonna get rid of you. Zoinks, if you want to be allowed back into the channel, you're gonna have to go away for like a year, at least. If you keep coming back with new accounts every now and then, you're just gonna be postponing your chances at redemption. You're gonna have to go away permanently for like a year without any reappearances. And even then, you know, it's not a certainty if you'll be allowed back. You might have to go away for like 3 or 4 years. But I'd say after like 3 years, there's a really good chance you'll be allowed back for at least a month or so before you piss me off again. So it's up to you. When you get permabanned, you can still watch the stream, can't you? Or did Twitch change that setup? If you get banned, and it's not just a timeout, you can still watch, can't you? Hope I'm not just talking to a wall here. I think I did read out a few unban requests in the past. I haven't looked at them in a long time. But it's very rare that anyone gets perma-banned, so there probably wouldn't be much to read since I read it the last time. Dash trails deal damage at full power. That seems like a cool little mechanic. If I like dash away from someone and they're in that blue trail, it will deal damage. I thought Twitch did add something like that at one point, like where users weren't even allowed to watch a stream if they were banned in a certain way. But then they probably could if they just signed out of their account. Yeah, I thought there was a thing where users weren't even allowed to watch. Oof. Dash damage doesn't seem that useful. You never know, you might be able to stack it with certain things. Whoa. I really don't need to be using my ability at the moment, but just want to learn how it all works. When do I... Curious when my shield is going to run out as well. Okay, you just get warned by the animation. Yeah, so I guess you can just be a lot more aggressive in this generally. I can like get right up in their face while I'm surrounded by the shield. Punch them. Keep shielding myself after I punch them as well. Because it's just an extension of that attack anyway. So now this will change this fancy ability. Now we go from trail mines to grape missiles. Okay. Oh, we had a couple of choices here. Chance for organic hostiles to drop more leucinite. I'll go for that. Okay. Spectral round. Ah, I didn't mean to use that. Melee kills generate power. Okay, let's do it. Whoa. Something else is shooting at me there. Oh. Oh, nice. Oh, oh, Jesus. Okay, so the shield was able to block that. Okay. Oof. So I could use this guy as a resource to regenerate while focusing on the big boy. Whoa. Okay, he has some range. That really didn't deal much damage, though. That's dealing some good damage. Okay. Oof. Oh, God. I think I just about managed to get my shield up in time there. While, while swallowing some dust or something. Whoop. Oh. Okay, he actually got me that time. Where are you going? Oof. Pressing loads of buttons by mistake. Oh! Okay, I'm assuming that was my cue to just run up and melee the shit out of him. Okay, I'm learning. Small heal, another key. How we get bots all the time in Discord. You get more bots joining than real people on Discord. By a fairly wide margin, I'd say. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you haven't. Whoop. Oh! My trails are red now. I guess those are the damaging trails. Alright, give me those heavy guitar chords. Kill conduits. Main weapon kills generate more power.
How do I open that?
Impossible. Abnormal solar radiation levels detected.
Here we go. If you're worried about Discord using your information, then just don't join. That's fine. I don't remember the area looking exactly like this before. Like it looks more corrupted than it was before. Weaker ether, but greater power. Wait, hold on. What else did that say there? Right. Now, we could go straight to the boss now, but let's just go through this area one more time. Get as powerful as we can for the boss. Oh, I don't really like the dash cooldowns. Although, now that I've realized how to use the shield... Oh! Right, so... Even when I suck up that energy with the shield, it takes away my max health. But then, I can convert that into my big blast. Boom. And then I restore my max health. So yeah, ideally, I guess I don't want to be sucking up those corrupted projectiles, because they still affect me. Right, but now the corruption seems to be extending the meter. Now I have that second meter. And I guess that second meter represents the max health that I've lost. But maybe it also increases the damage of this ability. That would be a cool trade-off. Mad Humans,
Thanks.
good to see you. Thank you for the 70. Firing while stationary deals reduced damage. I'm not going to take any of these. Hey, Pew. Okay. I completely forget what this adrenaline system does, but I think it's good, so I'll pick it up. Gives me new buffs and things when I find new weapons, I think. It's part of it. Take that. Everything is just corrupted here. There we go. There's some blue stone. Ooh. Okay. Made a total balls out of that. Oof. Somehow I'm still alive. Is there a way to turn off this low health effect? Does anyone know? Get more health. Thank you. I'm not seeing it there. Back in the camp. Oh, free cleansing here. Corruption will eat away at your armor's max integrity. However, corruption alone cannot cause death. That's interesting to know. So those corruption projectiles can't kill me. It was good today, Pew. Yeah, really nice. A portion of corruption is cleansed when firing your power weapon. Oh, this is just showing me a tutorial. It just so happened to appear when I went close to this thing. Reduced max armor integrity, +4 resilience.
I nod and smile as they wring their hands and try to feel special. I want new horizons. I want to help others. I want to discover myself. Pathetic. The only reason they're here is because we own them. So, I nod and smile. That's how I keep them working.
Right. Piercing shot. No idea. Tax evasion. But yeah, cappuccino is good today, Pew. It's a really nice little Italian cafe where almost all of the staff are Italian. They do really nice focaccia sandwiches as well. Tried one the other day. It was nice and fresh. One of the guys is pretty good as well. You know, it's still not fully consistent or anything, but the standard is pretty good overall. Okay, here we go. I'll try not to die. Christ. Keep mixing up the dash and shield button. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Oof. Wow. Woo! Wow. Nice. Now, if I could just get a full heal before the boss, that would be great. Dog ignoring Pew. I didn't have... Were you watching the fucking stream? Jesus Christ. I did not have time to be even glancing at the chat for a second there. I don't give a fuck about what Pew was asking about. Hold on. It's probably some bullshit as well, like, you know, did I ask them to come in my coffee or something? You know, to get the kind of cream I was looking for. Close enough? Yeah. He's fairly predictable, Pew. Take fall damage, +4 gain. I don't give a shit about that. Reduced max armor. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, God. Oh! There was a combination of blue and yellow there. I just wanted the blue, but... Ah! Anyone got any blue? Missed out on the Lucenite there. Whew. Damn. Okay. Hostiles deal extra damage from successive hits. Heavy fall damage.
thanks.
I mean, we can avoid fall damage. I'm gonna take it. JMP. Cheers for the 83, JMP. Almost 7 years. Good to see you, JMP. Ooh, more heavy fall damage. Damn. Should have used that thing to grind. Ooh! Oh, now I have 3 bars. I'm not sure what's affecting that. Like overall power level maybe, or the level of the skill itself. Whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, the arm. Ooh, I have to take the health. Let me go in here first. Ooh. Worried about the heavy fall damage there. I didn't know where I was dropping down into. Oh no. Can I not go back? Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that was going to be a point of no return. Christ. A bit cockney. Again, I'm at the very beginning of the game, so I don't really have much of an opinion on it, on the game yet. I've barely been playing at all today yet. This is the first run since the last stream, but it's been fun learning how to use the shield a bit more. Trying to see if I can find a way to cheese over there. I think there is. Oh, nice. Are you supposed to be able to do that? I feel like they didn't really want me to come back up here. Screw it. Oh, it wasn't a full heal anyway. Right, Cockney. Yeah, I've been having a lot more fun today experimenting with the shield. Spices up the gameplay nicely. Well, you know, during the first session, I was basically just playing it like Returnal. But yeah, the shield seems pretty neat. Ooh, 15. Trail mines and vacuum bomb. Yeah, I'm still getting used to that. It's kind of unusual the way it's an extension of your melee. And I was wondering when it takes effect, like, is the shield active as it's animating? Does it only become activated after it's fully formed? I'm still just getting used to all of that. Oh, did you remap the shield entirely? Can you do that? You can remap it so it's not an extension of the punch? I figured that was like a pretty deliberate part of the design, that they wanted it to be an extension of the punch. Because it just seemed kind of weirdly specific. Oh, you meant the dash. Right, okay. Yeah, it's taken me a bit of time to get used to the controls as well. I'm pressing the dash by mistake when I want to use the shield and vice versa. Go for that. Okay. May as well take that now, right? Weaker ether. Ooh, I never went up there. Probably can't get up there at the moment. Oh, hello. Oh.
Delroy and Micah are out on reconnaissance again. Meanwhile, Kira's cataloguing the native flora and fauna. God, her enthusiasm. I could listen to her talk all day. This is a miraculous world. To think, I almost didn't come here. This really is a new beginning. The opportunity of a lifetime.
Nitya, I knew you were here.
Huh. Taking damage generates power. Fuck it, may as well pick it up at this point. Okay. Frenzied hostiles. Hostiles deal extra damage from successive hits. I definitely don't want that for a boss fight. Assuming it's going to include the boss. Nice. Exactly what I wanted. If the point of the dialogue is to just tell you how amazing the place is, then I could see the criticism there. I would say with the dialogue we just heard, though, there was an underlying sense of eeriness to it. Like maybe they shouldn't be finding the place as fascinating as they are. Or that there's something kind of controlling them. And, you know, it felt like that was tying in with some of the dialogue we had before that. Where this place seems to be heavily fucking with the characters' minds. Altering their perception. So that dialogue just now didn't bother me in that way, where it just felt like, you know, one-note dialogue talking about how amazing the planet is. All right. Let's see what happens here. Got absolutely destroyed here last time. Let's see if I can use the shield a bit more effectively. Wrapping my head around this mechanic and how to use it effectively. Whoop! Oh! Oh! Woo! Okay. Oh, God! Yeah, give me all that. Boom. Nice. Oof. Okay. And whoop, over the top. Fuck. Phase 2. Progress. Reset the shield. Oof. Now you're gonna open up. Oof. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Ooh. Oh God. Boom! Boom! Ah! I don't know what's going on. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Yes, give me that health. God, I was probably missing health at other points. Gotta watch that grass that's slowing me down as well. Oh no. Wrong button. Oh! Wait, I have another chance, don't I? Was that a double KO? What's going on? Last phase? Oh my God. Jesus! Oh, I was just losing it in that final phase. Oh, I didn't even see how close I was to killing it at the end there. Fuck. We'll get it next time. The death kind of distracted me when I came back. When I got the second chance and I was thrown into that last phase, it kind of threw me off balance. It took me way too long to adapt to that final phase. I should have been faster. No way. Was it down to 1 HP?
How do I keep coming back?
No way.
Insufficient data.
I wasn't even looking at the health bar at the end. Oh, tragic if he was down to 1 HP. Oh, man. Oh, I was. Oh, for that last hit. Oh, man. Fuck. I probably missed a few bits of health during the fight. Only picked up a couple of green orbs, or maybe I didn't. Oh, man. Alright, let's go back out.
Find that signal, Arjun. It's what Tarn would have wanted.
I wish we could have helped him sooner.
Let's just get this done before it happens to anyone else.
Maybe I'll have another crack at the boss as soon as we get to it this time. At a lower power level. Now that I understand the patterns, might be pretty doable. Pretty fun boss, though. Pretty cool twist on, you know, the typical bullet hell formula. How certain projectiles can be used as a resource. How some of them are like moving really slowly as well, where you're incentivized to like run up to them and grab them. You can't just wait for them to come to you. Some of them you can, but then there are others that kind of incentivize you to move up close to them and pick them up. Like coins in a platformer. Whoop.
Day 4. Arjun's missing. Just Jerome, Lena, and I left. Maybe he saw what's in the eclipse too. I look at it whenever I can. I hear something there. Something impossible. Something beautiful.
There was a place to drop down here last time. Wait. Ooh. Nice. I think Returnal had a regular sprint and a full sprint, didn't it? But like when I'm playing this, I keep wanting to go into a full sprint when I'm moving around. Here, I'm kind of like trying to dash in everywhere when I really want a full sprint. Maybe it's an unlock in this or something. Oh. Another key. Did Returnal just have one like auto sprint? I thought I remembered it having like 2 different sprints where you could push a button to run faster. Playing around here. It probably is the same and I'm just misremembering. Go for the level 9 prominence. I mean, I'll probably be finding a better one soon anyway. Oh, but there was also another heal here. There was no reason not to take it. And I should have grabbed that for the Lucenite. Oh my god. There we go. Level 12 prominence. Oh, nice. Danny, yeah, I'm not familiar with their stuff before Returnal. Because I think Returnal was the first game of theirs that I played. Oh! What? Did I have this the whole time? If you hold dash, you get a different sprint. I had no idea. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that tutorial at the beginning. Takes a few seconds for it to activate. That's kind of janky when they clip. Whoop. Oh, that was something else. What happened there? Did that increase my max health or give me some kind of defense buff? Oh, right. So they didn't tell me about the full sprint. They only tell you that later. They don't tell you that until like the third biome. That's weird. Did Returnal have more variation with the level design? You know, with the randomized levels each time you came back for successive runs. Well, yeah, I feel like, again, I haven't played Returnal in so long, but I feel like my memory of Returnal is that it had a bit more variety when it came to the level design. You know, and then every now and then you'd run into mysterious things like the house appearing, and you'd get a unique story sequence in the house. That's a fun weapon. Max health upgrade that was, I think. Okay, I was unsure. Yeah, it seems like it's not as focused on those roguelite elements. However, I'm definitely struggling with this first boss way more than I was with the first boss of Returnal. In Returnal, it felt like you were just managing, like, a pretty expected bullet hell kind of gameplay at its core. But this has a bit more going on when it comes to that core gameplay experience, you know, with the shield mechanic. Or at least that's fucking with my head more than the core gameplay of Returnal, where I was just basically shooting and avoiding projectiles. Here I'm thinking of, you know, about the management of this shield meter and moving around the map to pick up specific projectiles while avoiding other projectiles. Yeah, it really fucked with me the first couple of times I was fighting this boss, because I was just playing it straight up like Returnal, and I was getting my ass handed to me. You know, I was just trying to avoid everything. Wasn't using the shield at all. Yeah, I feel like just jumping straight in here. There's 2 of them here. Oh, he has some kind of second meter there as well. Stun. +8. Don't really give a shit about the Lucenite at the moment. I think I'm going to keep this. It's pretty nice with the reload as well on this. I can just keep spamming it. Oh, I thought I could. I think I'm okay with the health bars for those enemies. How do I go back? This is where I came from. This way. There we go. +7. Is +7, is that like damage? +7 to power? So like significant damage buff? Is that what I'm getting there? Assuming that's what that means, kind of. Oh, I have an adrenaline buff at the moment as well, it seems like. I think it's the length of the gauge for power attacks. And possibly damage of the power attacks. Fuck it, let's go for it. See what happens. Hey, let's go. crazy, the recoil on that. Okay, here we go. Getting used to the fact that I can just chill with some of those blue projectiles. Whoa. Not getting used to the switches. Okay, back to this phase. Ah. Fuck. Okay, opening up again already. I'm really fucking up with the timing of that again and again. There we go. Not dealing much damage, really. I'm gonna have to attack a lot here to get one health bar down. Probably shouldn't have fought him early. So much to focus on. Getting overwhelmed. This time they don't just stay open. It's a lot to manage. I can just sprint through that as well. Oh. I'm doing much worse this time. It's not happening this time. Ooh, this is the part that gets fucking crazy. It's hard to know when to focus on what here. Whoa. Jesus. Last phase. Balls. Damn, I was really learning that final phase there. That time. I'd say next time I'll have him. Fuck. It's really that second phase that's the mindfuck when he's spitting out all those other ads and the room is getting covered in more of that grass. There are less places you can move.
Why does this keep happening?
The things on the wall keep opening and closing, and just a lot going on in that phase. Hey, Storm. Just hard keeping track of all my meters as well. Like, most of the time I'm not even really looking at the bar for my big blast. I'm just kind of spamming it out when I think it's full. I'm too busy looking at everything else on the screen. Hard for me to really say yet, Cockney. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of playing around with all the different options. Good to see you, Storm. When it comes to this game, Storm, I'm definitely not enjoying it as much as I enjoyed Returnal, but I'm still having a pretty fun time with it. We'll see how it goes. I think I probably prefer the core gameplay of this. It's just everything surrounding it I preferred in Returnal. Like the moment-to-moment combat, I think, is probably more interesting in this. But I think I preferred the more randomized levels and the way Returnal handled its roguelite elements overall. Like it seems like it had a bit more focus in that department. Whereas this game seems to be a bit lighter in that department. And yeah, just naturally, I was kind of more invested in the world and the narrative of Returnal. But the moment-to-moment gameplay in this is pretty cool. Enjoying it. Yeah, still can't do anything with that yet. Are there any other options? Can I go to any other part of this tree at the moment? Hey, I can. But I can't afford that. Start cycle with a key. Didn't have that before.
Can never deserve the crown. Prophet of lies. Master of robbed. His puppets jerk on his strings. Broken scarecrows to chase fools from the path. But when it's all me, he retreated, and it let me pass. It is yesterday's king. I am tomorrow's.
That, you know, it just kind of makes going back for another run a bit less interesting when not as much changes in the level. I guess I'm just not as interested in all these audio logs that I'm picking up compared to Returnal, where I was quite intrigued. Unofficial Blood Raid, welcome. Whoop. Blood didn't want to get spoiled, okay. It's weird because, like, it still feels like the game is built around these retries, you know, getting the new logs and having certain elements that carry over from run to run. Kind of a weird decision not to vary up the levels like they did before. Whoop. Yeah, the levels themselves just probably get a bit more interesting later anyway, as you get more movement options and More platforming options. Oof. Can't go up there yet. Like, I'm assuming that's going to be just like Returnal with the grappling hook. Okay. Ah. I don't really want to have to go through another full fucking run here. But I guess I should. To increase the odds of beating this boss. Right.
To do. Garcia's designing a city fit for thousands. Kurdal's making sure we don't wreck the ecosystem. Micah's out scouting, mapping, learning. Delroy's keeping us organized. Kira's recording it all, every step into history. And me? I'm dreaming about tomorrow.
Don't care. Sorry. Minus 10 soul. Nah, we're not. I don't care that much. I don't care that much. Yeah, guess I'll take that. I'm not irritated by it or anything really, Gooch. I just don't really care.
Thanks.
Dauros with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Cheers. Much appreciated. Thanks. I must have fucked up earlier with the keys. too scattered and abstract, or how everyone fits into a generic sci-fi story. It's kind of hard not to compare it to Returnal and how much more I cared about Returnal, and to place the blame on there being so many characters in this versus the very intimate focus in Returnal where it was just the protagonist and her dilemma and the world around her, where all the audio logs were just her. Hearing about her experiences on her previous cycle. Or previous cycles. But yeah, here you're picking up audio logs from all these different characters that you haven't really got to know in any way, and it's just kind of hard to give much of a shit. I was kind of intrigued at the beginning, like when it came to the overall mystery, the planet, our character and his connection to this woman, and then the first guy that got killed, the member of our team, but then they kept introducing all these other new characters, and then it was kind of just getting a bit much where I was picking up audio logs from some guy and it was just kind of hard to give a shit. Felt like there were maybe just too many characters for me to care about. Characters that I've, you know, saw in one cutscene, and then several characters that we haven't even seen yet. I don't know. Right, what the hell am I doing? At the same time, it is very early in this game. We haven't even beaten a single boss yet, so it might get a bit more intriguing. Pretty fun just abusing the shit out of that. Getting a bit more comfortable with it now. Back to this level again. fucking up with the reload here because I'm just spamming. It's not fully automatic, so I have to keep tapping it. Then I keep fucking up the reload. Oof. Nice. Okay, we're back here already. Do I want to go through this whole level again? Or do I want to just go straight to the boss? Well... Bonus damage at full power.
Thanks.
Dr. Sasso, thank you for the 67. Cheers. Yeah. Guess I'll do the same as last time. Maybe clear out the first area, then go back. Fuck it. I should probably just bite the bullet and clear the whole area so we can beat this boss. Oh no. I didn't even realize. Fuck it, go on. Let's clear this one more time. I don't remember ever having this problem in Returnal where I was just kind of dreading to have to go through another run. Always felt like there was enough variety with the levels, or, you know, I'd get to try out some cool new weapon. Fuck it, I guess I'll take that. Wow. Whoa, Jesus, that's a lot of tentacles. Oh my god. Nice. Not a single bit of corruption. Okay, nice. What's next? Oof. Jesus. Very chaotic. If I take in corrupted projectiles, will they still fill up my meter? I think they probably do. If you suck in those corrupted projectiles with your shield, do they fill up your meter? They do? Okay. That's a pretty cool trade-off where you're sacrificing your max health to build up the meter. Using it does get rid of the corruption, yeah. I was just wondering if it filled up the meter. It's okay, Charmer, we got clarification. Yeah, so let's say your health is already kind of low. You're at 50% health. Like, you may as well suck in some of those corrupted projectiles because you've nothing to lose. If you're at max health, you know, then you might just want to avoid them altogether. But if you're already low on health, you may as well just pick them up. So you can expend it as power. Ah, balls. I wanted to get in there, but I don't have the energy. Couldn't remember if using power reduced corruption was a later perk. Oh no, it does that from the beginning. Okay, we're already at the end. Gain 1-hit immunity after equipping an artifact. Plus 4 resilience, which is plus max integrity, but the downside is reduced max integrity. I'm assuming it would still be plus overall, though. Let's see, what do we have here? of harder to manage the reload when you have to spam it out like that. Fuck it, I'm gonna hold on to this even if it's not as good. What will this adrenaline level do for me in the moment? I know, but what will that one level do for me? Like, is it worth taking this before a boss? Will it overall stat buff? I'm still not really sure what the adrenaline levels do. Go for that. Right, but will it increase my current stats? Thought I remembered someone before saying that it'll just, you know, give you better weapon options. Like when you find new weapons after increasing your adrenaline level, it'll give you different buffs and stuff. Show the icons. Is there any way I can see what those icons mean? Yeah, I just don't remember exactly how that system worked in Returnal. Like, fuck it. Let's take it anyway. Oh, now 2 of those icons lit up, so I have both of those things, whatever they are. Ah, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so power boost and infrared boost. So I'm assuming some kind of damage buff, and I have no idea what infrared means. Better auto aim or something. Oh, and when I'm hit, I lose all of these on one hit. Okay, let's do it. There we go. Ah! Fuck these things. Oh no! Ah, Jesus. Okay. Fucking up my reloads. So much to focus on. I feel like I should be getting 2 blasts there. Ah, too early. Last phase. Get the second chance though, right? Jesus! Nice! Damn! Intense. Trying to keep my cool there in that last phase. Wasn't even looking at the health bars. My own health bar or the boss's health bar. And I failed to pick up all the stuff.
I found another tunnel system. A bunch of roots just withered away.
Ran into something unpleasant. But I'm on my way down now.
Oh, Jesus. Cheers for the GGs. Okay, next zone then, I guess. Yeah, pretty tough first boss. Increases maximum armor integrity. This is going to be a full upgrade, I take it. A permanent upgrade. Maybe. Has that vibe about it. Ooh. Maybe I should have jumped over there.
Spatial distortion detected. Tracing readings from passage.
Jay, the path ahead is blocked, but I found a way back to the passage.
The tunnel I found is clear. I'll check it out.
I'll catch up with you. See you down there.
Explain your arrival in Forso Devraj. Your report. Now.
I found something. In the ruins. It brought me back here. That's all I know.
This network was closed to me before. Accessing. Establishing interface. Teleportation. This technology is now Soltari property. A bonus has been allocated for your discovery.
Oh, I don't give a damn about the bonus, Primary. I need to get back out there.
Then we are aligned in Forso Devraj. I have linked our cartography to the ancient network. Access the device and follow the path you opened. Examining the ancients' usage of teleportation is vital to Soltari interests. Find other nodes and activate them.
You sure this tech is safe to use?
Profit analysis deems the risk acceptable. Proceed in Forso Devraj.
In Hungarian, Saros means shitty. I take it you're Hungarian. I wouldn't be that harsh on the game. You know, I might not be enjoying it as much as Returnal, but I wouldn't be that mean. Oh. +1 resilience, +1 command. +1 drive for every proficiency level. Okay, so that's our boss upgrade. Adrenaline levels increase faster. Probably a good one to have. Maybe I'll save up for that. Hey, Mask. The world and story isn't as intriguing. The atmosphere, the vibe, the visual style, kind of all of that stuff I'm not really enjoying as much. I just don't have the same kind of intrigue. It seems to be much less focused on its roguelite elements. Like when you go back for another run, the level design is basically the same every time. There doesn't seem to be as much focus in like weapon variety and buff debuff variety as you go from run to run. Same with the level design. So yeah, when you fail against a boss and you have to do another run, it just feels a bit more tedious because you kind of just feel like you're going through the exact same thing to get back to the boss. But the core moment-to-moment combat is more interesting than in Returnal. There are more elements at play. It's not just, you know, in Returnal it was basically, you know, just avoid the projectiles, move, and fire with a bit of melee. And then in this, they spiced that formula up a bit more in this, which is nice. There's a new shield mechanic, which spices it up nicely. You can collect projectiles with your shield, which gives you, which powers up another meter, which gives you a big damage blast when you fill up the meter. And it also plays off one of the health mechanics in an interesting way as well. So there's just kind of this interesting trade-off happening with the shield mechanic. And yeah, there's the corruption mechanic as well. And it plays off of that in an interesting way where you can kind of use it to get rid of your corruption. Or even deliberately use the shield to become corrupted so you can fill up your meter. So yeah, I guess just the moment-to-moment decision-making in combat feels a bit more interesting with this new shield mechanic and the different meters that it governs. Start each cycle with an extra redraw item. It still kind of is, Mask. It's just, yeah, there's less of a focus on those elements. Which seems kind of weird because it's still structured in a very similar way where you're kind of expected to die and retry and find new items. But yeah, the levels, at least at the beginning, are very similar. Not sure what the redraw item is. Increase proficiency by 1 to gain higher level weapons. But yeah, that's more or less how I feel about it. The moment-to-moment combat feels a bit more interesting, like there are more elements at play, more things to consider. But everything that surrounds it just doesn't seem as interesting to me. More streamlined roguelite elements and the world and the story not being as interesting. One thing I see a lot of people, and even myself, is comparing late game Returnal to early game SAROS. I'm trying to remember late game Returnal. I think I remember the final area of Returnal having like an underwater gimmick. Where your jumps were much higher. I think that's about all I remember from the late game Returnal. And like the final boss, vaguely. Oh, when you open a crate, you can redraw it if you don't like the weapon that was offered at first. Okay. Oh yeah. I remember thinking that worked quite well in Returnal, where it kind of had that false ending, but then you woke up again. You were still trapped. If that's what you're talking about. And then when you were kind of going through the same biomes again, but they had a significant new twist on them. That was probably one of the best parts of Returnal, that first section after the false ending. And you had that big climb up to Hyperion, jamming on the organ. Pretty epic set piece.
I haven't rested since... I just keep seeing his eyes in my sleep.
I see them too. That bold yellow. I still haven't captured the color properly.
Whatever helps you process it, I guess. I just want some damn sleep.
Okay, Pedro.
Tell me you found something.
No colonists yet. Just more ruins and hostiles.
There was civilization here. And now it's just dust.
What do you think happened to them? The builders?
I don't know. I just hope we learn that before it happens to us.
It won't. I won't let it.
Whatever they were, they built things we could only dream of. If they couldn't survive, how can we?
We can use what they left behind. Their weapons, their resources.
That's exactly what Soltari wants from us. To be their guinea pigs.
You walk horizons we can barely see.
What are you saying?
When you moved from shore to shore,
hey, Almed.
I felt it happen.
Oh, you mean the teleporter? You're more a poet than a pilot these days, Stack.
Oh, this is new. I love Dad.
The mission's the mission until we hear otherwise. I guess purpose is good, even if it seems absurd. I worry more about Micah. Sometimes I catch him staring at nothing, into the black. He says he can hear something. The others think he's losing it, but I think he's just scared.
Hades is another game I really need to play. When I played it for the first time, I went straight into the hardest difficulty. When I go back to it, I should probably just play it on normal first. Not sure if I was up for that ball-busting mode in the end for a first playthrough. But I only played the very beginning of it. Didn't really get into it. But yeah, when it comes to this whole hub thing, I don't know if I'm really vibing with it. You know, when I come back here and we have options to talk to these guys, I'm just not really giving a shit. I don't really care about talking to them. They didn't really hook me with this whole concept at the start. Maintain that the colony is still presumed to be active and successful. Emphasize the importance of securing the mining operation over colonist well-being. Remind crew that any doubts and concerns should be taken to the designated primary unit rather than disclosed to colleagues. Do not refer to the Echelon program with any terminology that implies failure to meet expectations. Disclose that there has been no contact with prior Echelon missions since redacted. Allow any crew member to engage in reconnaissance without enforcer protection. Yeah, it was pretty tough at the beginning. No other rooms down here. That's back there.
Seb, is that you? There you are.
This is the least of our concerns. I know.
Hey. Whatever keeps you going, Sebastian.
What is that for you, Arjun?
Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe.
Oh, Arjun.
Oh, Arjun. What about the woman?
I know you better than that. Keeping people safe.
How's things been for you with all this?
Same as ever, my friend. Though, I have missed your company.
But you're all right.
Why are you looking at me like this?
I could rage about what I've lost and what I deserve. But to what end?
Sounds like you've given up.
Not at all. I chose a different dream. That's all. When you were away, what were you looking for, Arjun?
For something that makes sense. A clue, a reason, you know?
Sure. I hope you find what you need out there.
All right. Okay, I'll see you later then. Have fun with your plants and your botany. Anything else up here? Final interview transcript, Sheridan Bouchard. So, your first command, a heavy responsibility. Bouchard, depends how you count it. It's my first command without full solitary oversight, and we both understand what that means. No one else to make the calls for me. My team and I will be on our own, and we're there to stay. That's precisely the matter at hand. You've not previously led a team where your decisions are accountable to no one beyond yourself. I've led countless teams in Sol, never put a foot wrong, never questioned directives. You cut me open and I bleed solitary. More commendations than you can count. Anyone would tell you I was born for this. You were selected, Commander Bouchard, not fated. But I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Or solitary, not solitary. Okay. Now we're back in here. So where the hell am I supposed to be going here? Objective. Ah, okay. So we access the new area from here. Ancient Depths. A sizable subterranean region consisting of both natural and artificial caverns. Saltari's priority site for leucinite extraction. However, mining operations already established by Carcosa's prior civilization. Area remains heavily defended by ancient machine entities of alien design.
I'm back, Jay. Any progress?
I found the gate controls. There's a tunnel junction I'm scouting. Tracing the signal.
I'm headed there now.
Hey, Space, I'm glad you're enjoying the Control VODs. I had a lot of fun with that game.
Find out what this does.
Geo-network detected. Multiple nodes linked to this hub. As per Saltari protocol,
The bounce pad.
full assessment required before interfacing.
I'll take my chances.
Security response detected. Multiple activations.
Hey.
Signal lost.
The gate behind me just locked down.
Damn. I tripped security activating some tech.
You woke some things up down here. Get to the gate controls and get me out.
I'll get you out, Jay.
Hey. Nice. I never found it weird, really. I thought it worked in Return. Like, I didn't think the arcadey nature of the game was at odds with the story. You know, I never felt like I wasn't able to take the story seriously because of how gamey the game was. So one thing that really stands out to me about Siren, how strangely gamey that game can be in some ways, but while still being very narrative focused. Like, it can be like very arcade like Like sometimes the second objective in a level will be to beat the game, or will be to beat a level in a certain amount of time, and you'll have a countdown timer. And to progress with the story, you'll essentially just have to do a speed run of a level. It's very weird. Or even the way the game handles its objectives quite arbitrarily, you know? And like at the start of each mission, it'll be like, mission start. Find the exit to this map that you're in. You know, the story of the game won't be telling you what you have to do. It'll just be like the game designer arbitrarily telling you, get to the end, find the goal, do this. The characters won't be talking about the objective, but it somehow works. I guess because it still makes sense that the characters would be doing this. Like when you go and you do the objective, it doesn't really feel at odds with what the character is doing. It feels like it feels like something that shouldn't really work, but it does somehow. I got distracted thinking about that shit. What the hell am I doing here? Eternal is full of Greek mythology. This is based on Hindu in many ways. I mentioned Hitman is a potential modern masterpiece. What else is in that list for you? Oh, of like modern mainstream masterpieces of the same era. Like kind of PS4, PS5 era. Bloodborne, of course, is one of my favorites. But yeah, like big kind of mainstream games. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of that recent Hitman trilogy. I probably missed something back in that room. I'd name a list of games most people don't know about. Well, we're talking specifically about mainstream games. You know, like big budget games that are in the big budget mainstream space, not low budget indie games. Oof. Last of Us. I was thinking not that far back as well. When we were talking about this era, I was thinking, you know, more PS4, PS5 era.
Soltari shotgun. High density rounds.
RDR2 is what has me excited for GTA 6. Hope it's not like GTA 5. Yeah. So I think RDR2 might have symbolized an end of an era for Rockstar. You know, where you had a lot of the core creative members leaving after that, Dan Houser leaving the company. Be interesting to see how GTA 6 turns out. It's really hard to imagine Rockstar being a good place for creatives. You know, I imagine that's why Dan Houser left. Like, who the fuck, you know, if you're a game developer that wants to be making games, how are you going to want to stay at a company where you're only releasing games once every fucking 10 years?
I see the gate. Which way to the console?
I got all twisted up down here. Not sure.
All right, I'm on it. Find that console. Anything linked to the network.
But yeah, I hope the game turns out well. Yeah, RE2R is an incredible game, I think. Its Achilles heel is just not having the fully fleshed out game that the original had. Fully fleshed out story with the proper B scenarios and all of that being well thought out. You know, the B.
Find me a way past this.
Unidentifiable obstruction. Energy signature matches nearby device.
Another holo cache. So you were here too.
But one thing I like about RE2R that the original doesn't have is that I feel like one single playthrough of OG RE2 always kind of leaves me wanting more or being kind of a little bit underwhelmed. Whereas one single playthrough of RE2R really feels beefy, like one big full playthrough. A single playthrough of OG RE2 feels kind of bite-sized. But yeah, RE2R really does feel like the perfect modernization of their classic survival horror style. I'd love to see them expand on what RE2R was, but, you know, just with a new game, not a remake.
Tell me what this means.
No, I just mean one single playthrough, not A and B together.
Implication. Eclipse causes transformation.
The setting keeps RE2R from being one of your favorites, yeah? I love the RPD, and I think the RPD in Remake is better than it is in the original. I think the level design is more interesting, and you have to make more interesting decisions when it comes to navigating it. And it has that great return to the RPD as well, where Mr. X appears and you have those lickers. That's one of the best sequences in any horror game, I think. Kind of reminds me of when you come back to the Spencer Mansion in RE1. Pretty cool visual here. These hands, this thing climbing up. OGRE2 is really meant to be both A and B to count as a single playthrough. Well, I don't know. Like, it's still, when you beat one single playthrough with one character in OGRE2, it still feels like you've done a complete run. You've seen a story to its completion, or one part of it. You've gotten your credits. You've beaten your final boss. It still feels like you've had a beginning, a middle, and an end, even if there are other paths to take and other, you know, characters to see. I guess that's part of why it feels a little underwhelming to me, like, because when I finish a single playthrough in OGRE2, I don't really have the urge to just jump straight into another playthrough. You know, I've just kind of, I feel like I've beaten the game, you know? Starting again with Claire feels like I'm just starting a whole new playthrough from the beginning. Doesn't really feel like a direct continuation, you know? It's like you're going back to the beginning. The game is going to be... yeah. That looked like the boss that we just beat. Or one of them there. It isn't a major criticism I have of OGRE2. It's just... yeah. It's pretty impressive what they do with the B playthroughs in that, in the OG. The whole, what's it called? The zapping system. All of the subtle things that change in the B playthrough depending what you've done in the A playthrough. Like, if you pick up a certain weapon with Leon, it won't be there for Claire to pick up in the B playthrough. I don't think Remake does any of that shit, does it? Like, the B playthroughs are fairly bare bones. But it makes sense. They weren't even going to add them at all until fans complained late in development. Glad they included them, though. I replay classic RE2 every year, but almost always do only one scenario. Fun enough for me? Yeah, I find it a bit much to go straight into a second playthrough.
We were all glad when Micah disappeared. But then he came back. And God, he was beautiful. Shining, golden. We were in awe. We'd have followed him to the ends of the world. Except for Delroy. I've never seen so much hate in all my life.
When did she record this?
Metadata corrupted.
Nitya was here. That's all that matters.
Yeah, Leon's section was much more underwhelming for me on my second playthrough of Requiem. It was definitely a bit of a drag. Just the arenas aren't that great, and the enemy variety isn't great. The encounters, you know, you don't have these very specifically designed encounters like you have in RE4, say, for example. Like fairly uninspired rooms full of those zombies. Leon's movement is incredibly sluggish as well. Which doesn't bother me all that much, but on the highest difficulty against the final boss, against Gideon, God, it was a bit of a chore moving Leon around. But yeah, the care center, especially on the second playthrough, was amazing. Figuring out the care center on the highest difficulty, that was up there with like some of the best Resident Evil levels in the series, like, you know, RPD in RE2R on the highest difficulty, Spencer Mansion. You know, the care center really felt like a big maze that you had to think about. And I thought the stealth was cool. It was kind of refreshing for the series, and it worked pretty well. Especially on the highest difficulty again, where like you really needed to think about those rooms more like puzzles and how you were going to get around them. Grace's final section. I loved the vibe during the Arc Lab section with Grace. When you were sneaking around those liquors in that really slick looking lab with the red lights. It felt so cinematic. It felt like you were inside a really good Resident Evil movie. One of the few areas to have ambient music and like caution alert style stealth music that would dynamically shift, you know, depending on if a zombie saw you or not. And yeah, just the whole vibe there was great, I thought, sneaking around. Lots of shit here. Don't really need any of this help. Hopefully I can come back here. I'm just gonna leave it.
Like everything else here, these drilling machines haven't been touched for centuries. So why is there only minimal decay? How does it endure without entropy? And the sheer scale of it all? The energy requirements are unfathomable. How could a civilization capable of that just disappear?
I would have liked a bigger Arc Lab as well.
What did you find?
Oh, the game was already, you know, pretty big, maybe a bit too big and bloated by that point, so.
A research log. They were studying the ancient tech.
Means they weren't busy dying right away.
Maybe if other parts of the
good
game
news.
were chopped down a bit. Really, I would have just preferred a game that was all Grace. Just give me a full game of that Grace gameplay where you return to the clinic maybe and then have a totally reinvented clinic when you come back. I wasn't listening to anything they were saying there. No, I am not enjoying it as much as Returnal so far. It has more interesting moment-to-moment gameplay, combat, like the bullet hell gameplay has some new mechanics that spice it up and make it a bit more interesting than it was in Returnal. But the roguelite elements have been cut down significantly, it seems anyway, so far. When you retry a map, there's barely any variation when you go back through a level again. And yeah, that's kind of underwhelming to me. And the world and the story and the vibe just isn't nearly as interesting to me. So kind of a mixed bag for me so far. Probably where I came from. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. Busy talking shit with the chat at the moment. I'm barely focusing on what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, now we're back in this room. I am supposed to do something down there. Main path, blue over there. Side path. Nightmare Strand. Didn't think that was going to work. Right, so this is where I'm supposed to be going, apparently. There's the main path. Let's go to the side path. Oh, God. Okay, over there, then. If I haven't been here yet. Hey, here we go.
Quiet as a grave until you got too curious. But if anyone else alerted the machines before us, they're probably dead.
Don't say that.
Karen was cool, yeah. Using my bam. I haven't played any of those Lego games. What's the gameplay like in those games? Just kind of platformers? Platforming, recreating sequences from the shows. Okay. Oh, they're doing a version of the Arkham combat in this one. That might look funny with the Lego aesthetic. Dog, today I participated in a game quiz, and one of the questions was which survival horror game was has the most amount of playable characters during the course of a single campaign. I wonder if you knew the answer. I didn't. A Siren, probably. Or Siren 2. It would have to be either it would have to be Siren 1 or 2, right? Or like maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking of games that I haven't played. Like other episodic styled games. Maybe there's some kind of modern episodic game. Obscure. I haven't played Obscure. Obscure is like a relatively recent indie game, isn't it? Yeah, I was also thinking of other games like Until Dawn and what have you, The Quarry, those sorts of games. I don't think they have as many playable characters as Siren, though. It's Eternal Darkness. I don't even really think of Eternal Darkness as a horror game. But it's also a game that I don't really think about often anyway, and I never finished it. I did play like 3/4 of it, though. Eternal Darkness. Yeah, I do remember that game having a lot of character switches. That's why I dropped it in the end, because I just felt like the game was never gonna fucking end. You'd get to an end of a sequence, and then you'd be switching over to the next character, and the next character. That game never ended. Really? I don't know. I can't really remember all that much about Eternal Darkness. Like, I remember the weird insanity gimmicks and things that they would do to try and fuck with you. I kind of remember the game being very kind of fantasy adventure-esque as well. I don't remember it being like a really dark or brooding kind of horror game, or, you know, or a game that was all that focused on survival and tension through the survival like Resident Evil. Don't remember it being like really dark and oppressive like Silent Hill. I remember it being like kind of fairly chill. I don't know. I don't remember the game being all that dark. I should really revisit that game, because I can't remember too much about it. That's the answer the quiz runners provided. I don't really know the game that much. I've heard about it. How many characters do you play as in Eternal Darkness? I'd be curious to know. Supposedly 12. Yeah, it would top Siren then, I think, just about. In Siren, you probably play as like 8 characters. Maybe you play as a couple more in the second one. The Sanity Effect had some MGS-style fourth wall breaking. Yeah. I think some of that stuff was inspired by MGS as well. Silicon Knights game as well, and they went on to make Twin Snakes, of course. I think, right? That was Eternal Darkness was Silicon Knights, right? Dennis Dyack. I still need to play Blood Omen 1. It's the only game in the Legacy of Kain series I haven't played, funnily enough. The very first one. Too Human. I don't think I've even heard of that one. Oh! That broke through the shield and damaged me, I think. I guess that's what red projectiles are capable of. You just need to avoid those entirely. Blood Omen 1 is like a classic Zelda game, but with blood and gore.
Any news from Passage?
Primary is online. Had some choice words for me.
Kayla should have kept him in the box, hey?
I bet Sheridan thought about giving that order.
Yeah, we're probably due another playthrough of Eternal Darkness. It's been so long now. We should give that game another shot and try and finish it this time. I think I was very close to the end last time. We played a good chunk of it, like, must have been 3/4 of it at least. Just remember it outstaying its welcome after a while. After so many character switches, I was just kind of waiting for it to end. Else here? Fire Lord, good to see you. Oh, too human is what killed them in the end. Fuck. Nice. Hoping he'd grab onto that. Seal of Grandiosity. +3 resilience, +3 command, +3 drive. Huh. Special resource for armor alteration. Oh, these things are good for the upgrades. +4 resilience. Gonna have to take this. Hey there, stray dog. Nice. Jesus, the recoil you get on that. Still does the trick there, though. Give me that blue stuff. Give me more of that blue stuff. Where am I going? Looks like there was another path over here. Let me check. Yeah, JMP, I'll be pretty intrigued to see how part 3 ends up. I was not so crazy about Rebirth, but I enjoyed the first part. Just didn't really care for that whole generic open world structure in the second game. Evolution of the combat and everything was interesting, but yeah, Jesus, the open world and side quest structure really brought it down for me. Hopefully they'll take a different approach with the third game when it comes to side quests. And I hope they turn Shadley into a super boss, so I can enjoy killing him. Imagine if they turned Shadley into some kind of super robot that you had to kill. I mean, he already is a robot, right? Some kind of android thing. and he just keeps trying to annoy you over the course of a 3-phase boss fight with his stupid ass quotes and his stupid voice. Yeah, maybe. Although, I was gonna say, maybe once you've completed all of his quests in the final game, you'll get to fight him after he's attained all of his knowledge. You help him, yeah. You create him by giving him all of this knowledge throughout the 3 games, and then you kill him. It'd be the perfect ending. Though part of me doesn't really want to have to do too many quests for him in the 3rd game. Way too much Chadley in that 2nd game. What am I doing here?
The tech down here. Our brightest minds never achieved anything like it. What kind of beings built all this? How did Zoltari miss so much? Maybe it doesn't matter. It's all ours now. Soon enough, the extraction will be back on track.
These top tier VR fights in Rebirth were legitimately very hard. I still need to do all of that extra stuff in Rebirth. Still haven't fought Gilgamesh, but I was playing it a bit off stream doing that optional stuff, and I was almost at the end of those summon fights before Gilgamesh. But yeah, I think it's really cool how they've built on the combat system. I think it's a really cool combat system. They do such a great job of making each character feel distinct. I thought the way they handled Kate Sith was really cool. Just like, his whole wild card element, the way he's animated. Can't really remember all of the details with him now, but yeah, they really did great work on that battle system. Whoop. Oh yeah, we have Vincent to look forward to in the 3rd part. And Sid. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see their gameplay. Yeah, especially Vincent, how they're gonna be interesting to see how they handle his transformations. Those limit break transformations will surely be like heavily expanded upon. That'll be like the core of his gameplay, building up your meter to transform into these. You probably won't be tied to limit breaks. And you'd think each transformation would then have a variety of different moves. The character synergies were really cool in Rebirth. All the unique co-op moves. Very flashy. So many different variations depending on the party that you currently had. Where each party had their own specific move, like Aerith and Tifa would have animations that only they would have, and same with every combination. Again, I just wish the game was a bit more fucking user-friendly. The menus, it's criminal that the original FF7 has easier to use menus. Like just the way it feels to go into your menu and unequip and re-equip materia. All the fucking loading in the menus in the FF7 remake project. Like little things like that, the way you transition from one menu to another sub-menu into your materia menu. In the original game, it's so snappy, so instant. And in the remake, it's so sluggish when you're rearranging your party and your equipment and your materia and everything. Rebirth probably made it a little bit... Yeah, it probably made it a little bit more user-friendly than in the first part. I can't really remember. This doesn't look good. Ooh. Ooh. The red projectiles out of nowhere. I guess it's especially painful because it's like... It's one thing that should be such a joy in FF7, just experimenting with materia setups. And hey, what'll happen if I do equip this with this versus this with this? But God, it just takes an age to fucking do it in the remake. Whoop. Yeah, it's, I was just going to say, I looked at the chat there, I was just going to say, it's really loadouts that you need for that game. You need to be able to create and save your own materia setups. God, that would be sick. Patch that shit into the first two as well while you're at it. I'm barely focusing here. Hold on, one sec. Get away from those red orbs. Whoop. Kill him. Wow. I started playing when I really needed to. Oh boy. Okay, nice. What's next? Take a look around here first. Damn, that's a pain. I miss out on getting through that wall just because I don't have a full charge. Remember that one section in Intergrade that went through like a half an hour jazz composition? That was sick. It like kept dynamically changing depending on the situation, and it moved through so many different phases. Like this big jazz music section. You have the whole jazz theme favorited? Yeah, that's my... That's the main memory I have of Intergrade, that big jazz sequence.
Unstable power signature detected. Power integrated.
Oh! Oh yeah! Forgot.
That shortcut you found back to passage. I'm gonna need it when you find me.
It's some kind of teleporter. Alien tech.
You just have to mess with everything you find, don't you? But I'm low on supplies. So any way back, I'll bloody take
Bit overconfident there after beating that tough encounter. Wasn't even thinking about that enemy. Adrenaline. Power boost. Okay, I did the thing. What's next?
Jay, I'm gonna try something. I think it's the only way.
It's getting bad now. Lots of
Hang in there, Jay.
Okay. So now we can get over there. Oh, nice, Tombrino. Yeah, I had a great time revisiting. FF9. And yeah, I was thinking recently, when I came back from Japan, I was thinking about starting up FF8. We'll definitely get around to it at some point. I'm not sure when.
Where are you, Arch?
I'm on my way. Stay with me. You hurt?
Nothing we can't set right in passage. Burned, but not bleeding.
Lay low, mate. I'll get you out.
I wish I got to do more of the post-game stuff with FF9, or, you know, more of the late-game stuff, I should say. But we were on a bit of a timer towards the end, unfortunately. What am I looking at? Oh, yeah, so now we're dealing with the corruption. Accumulation. I'm good. Maybe I should take that. It's pretty easy to keep moving. Oh, that's horrible. These new mixes that we're getting with reds and blues. There's probably a way I can position myself where I can just take the blues. Or the reds come in at the very end there. Oof. What the hell is going on here? Okay, when you kill them, they leave a lingering fountain of orbs. Oh, they're friendly as well. Even if I don't have the shield open, they won't attack. Is that because of one of my things here? Yeah, man, FF9, such an impressive swan song for the PS1 era. Disc 1 especially in that game. Disc 1 from start to finish is like a total masterclass. The way it moves from section to section to section. So well put together and paced. The opening Alexandria sequence. I forgot how good that was. Just how open and free it feels with all of these tiny little interactions and little rewards if you do things a certain way, little discoveries. The FF games in general from that era were so good with that sort of stuff. All these like mini interactions, mini quests. People go off about the Midgar sequence in the OG FF7, and rightfully so, but man, that first disc of FF9, it's up there as well, I think. Whoop. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think I prefer 10 as well, just because it's more my style. I really like how melancholic and brooding 10 is. 9 is quite light and adventurous, like a, light, adventurous, very fairy tale-esque.
Arjun, we're in medical.
How long was that? An hour? Well, we unlocked some permanent stuff there at the end, I think, right? We don't need to go over all that again. That final gate we opened should be a permanent unlock, I think. Yeah, 7 and 10 are my two favorites. But man, really love 9 as well. Be curious to revisit some of the others that I haven't played in a while too. Let's talk to this thing again. Ten's ending is gorgeous. Yeah, that final scene. An amazing final theme. 9's ending really gets to me too. Vivi's speech and the final scene of Garnet running down the stairs. It's so well done. The shot of her, just that tracking shot that follows her down the stairs through the crowd. Oh man, it's beautiful. The moment where her tiara or something falls on the ground, but she just says fuck it anyway. A really kind of defining character moment. She isn't bound by these traditions anymore. She's her own person.
Exercise caution in the ancient ruins, Enforcer Devraj. The Lucenite there is Soltari property.
I don't give a damn. about Sultari property.
Lucenite is the reason we are here.
I came here for the colonists.
Resource extraction is the sole purpose of the colony.
Then let me do what it takes to find them.
Another thing I forgot about FF10 when I played it last time is how effective the final Yu Yevon fight can be when you don't know how it works. I completely forgot how that Yu Yevon fight worked and that it isn't really a fight. But it works so well narratively, just this parasitic little bug that's leeching off you and doing all these weird things. I love weird anti-boss fights like that, you know. It almost made me think of the real King Alant at the end of Demon Souls. You know, where it's more of a narrative fight, where mechanically there isn't much to the fight, but what is there works perfect. Works perfectly for the story. There's this pathetic little bug. And Yu Yevon kind of has a similar function at the end of FF10. Where without the power of the final summoning or whatever, it's just reduced to this little parasitic entity that's trying its best to leech from you. First time playing Demon Souls, you'll always remember that. Yeah, it's a great moment in Demon Souls. The makes me think of stuff like the Mist Noble as well in Sekiro. You know, you get to the Mist Noble, it's presented as if it's a boss fight, but you can just destroy him, which kind of creates a mystery. It's like, what the hell was the deal with that? What the fuck was this thing? Where it's not really a boss fight in the traditional sense, but the presentation of it as a boss fight makes it mysterious then. It gives it a feeling of significance. It's like, okay, this Mist Noble must be some kind of important character. There must be there's some strange purpose to this. FF10 in general, I think is it's really good at telling its story through the battles. Like some of the encounters with Seymour, you know, when you start to realize that the religious faith are all undead, and the way that's expressed through the battles is really well done. I'm not sure if I should be here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me a minute. Okay. Let me catch up with the chat here as well. I really like a lot of Demon Souls soundtrack, but it wouldn't be my favorite overall. It definitely does have a unique quality to it, though. Scary Alien, you have to admit that for 10, the whole motivation of our antagonist being if I kill everyone, then suffering is gone. Who are you talking about? That isn't Hugh Yevon's motivation. Hugh Yevon... Maybe you're talking about Seymour? I felt like it worked for Seymour. Because for me, the major antagonist was Hugh Yevon and Sin. I guess that stuff was a bit more under the surface. Whereas Seymour was like the upfront villain. Oh, shotgun for the first time. Bloodborne would have to have my favorite FromSoft soundtrack, Souls-like soundtrack. Such amazing quality as well that we got for that soundtrack, the orchestra that they used and where it was recorded, I think made a big difference. I shouldn't be here. We're back in the first world here, right? One thing I love about Bloodborne's score is that oftentimes it feels like you're listening to the healing church itself when the music is playing. You know, it's so much of the game revolving around this church and organizations like the choir, the School of Mensis. When you're in these big cathedrals fighting these big beasts, you know, when the music is playing, it feels like you're listening to the organization itself, the church itself. Whoopin'. Damn, that's pretty OP. The shield, as long as I have the shield up, don't take any damage. Whoopin'. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be a total waste of time here.
Thanks.
Hey, Martian with the 66. Thanks. Just thinking of Bloodborne soundtrack now. I'm still thinking about it. That moment in Yahar Ghul, where it really is, like I was just saying, you know, where the music sounds like it's coming from the place, the choir that you hear. The way it gets louder and louder, the closer you get, the further you get outside. Good to see you, Martian. Hope you're doing good. Whoop. Oh, yeah, this is new. We can get to new areas now. Oh, except we don't have the hook yet. I always thought that FromSoft would be a perfect developer for a new Castlevania. Yeah. I could see that. Be cool to see them bring some of their other IPs back to life. Like they did with Armored Core. It'd be cool to see a new Kingsfield or Otogi or something like that. Miyazaki did say that he's a big fan of Otogi and that he would like to revive it at some point. Oh, nice, D-Gamer. I haven't played those games at all. Someday we'll do it on the channel. Oh man, I'd love to play Duskbloods, but not sure if I can justify a purchase of a Switch 2 just for Duskbloods. How much is the Switch 2 going for these days?
They told me about the city. Glorious and tortured. They begged me to find it for them. They didn't know that I'd seen it too. That I was ready to tear and rend my way to it. What I want, what I need, it waits for me.
I can't remember if it's multiplayer only or not. It's definitely heavily encouraged. They're putting the prices up for it as well. The Switch. £400 at the moment. It's cheaper than I thought it was. In my mind, it was like £600 or something crazy. But yeah, I think that game might be a bigger deal than some people seem to think. Hopefully it turns out well anyway. Ooh, it's a very satisfying sound, that. Yes. Whoa. Emergency patch. Fuck. Ooh, got very greedy there. Wanted to stay in the space. Might not be staying Switch exclusive. Some good RPGs on the Switch. Yeah, I don't really know anything about the Switch 2 or what games are out on the Switch 2. I guess generally speaking, I've never been much of a Nintendo player ever since I was a kid. I wish I did have an N64 though, instead of a Sega growing up. But I was happy enough with my Sega. With my Streets of Rage, and my Golden Axe, and my Sonic. I had a good time. But you know, I could have been playing Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time and all those games. Oh well. Can't have everything. That's true. Now I can play them on stream. Trying to think, how many classic Nintendo games have I gone back to play that I missed out on? I guess like stuff like FF6, which didn't even release over here anyway. Chrono Trigger. Not too many N64 games, though. I did play Ocarina of Time when it came to GameCube. I did have a GameCube. That was one Nintendo console I had growing up. But I never did finish Ocarina of Time. I got stuck really early in it, and I never finished it, so we'll have to play that sometime on stream. GoldenEye, yeah, we might do that very soon, before First Light comes out. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with the build-up to First Light. But yeah, surely we'll have to do GoldenEye before that comes out. Less than 10 days? Yeah, in a couple of days I'll make the decision whether I'm gonna do a marathon or not. I'm still not sure. Wow. Lost Vikings? No. I remember playing No Mercy at a friend's house. so we could go back down here and fight this guy again. Kind of hoping I could teleport back. Whoop. I've already played Metroid Dread. We were actually talking about that not so long ago. I had fun with Metroid Dread. It just didn't really leave all that much of an impression on me. But I guess I'm not that much of a Metroidvania guy anyway. But yeah, I remember having fun with it. I would like to go back and play some of the classic Metroid games. Super Metroid is the big one. The only games I've played in that series are Metroid Prime and the first Metroid Prime and Dread. Yeah, Symphony of the Night has been on the list for a long time too. Metroid Fusion. Yeah, I think I remember watching bits of that. Is Metroid Fusion really purple? Is there one of these games that's like really purple? Super purpley? Fusion is the purple one. Fusion and Zero Mission are the two Game Boy Advance ones. Am I sticking bombs in this thing? What's going on here? Oh wow, his first light is coming out on the Switch as well. Kind of curious about these ones that I keep getting, where it's where the plus is plus max integrity and the negative is negative max integrity. I'm assuming the plus is winning out here in the long run. Dealing damage restores integrity at low integrity. That sounds pretty good. Oh, and Hitman. Oh, it was one specifically armored integrity. I'm not sure then. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I feel like, again, I can't really remember what the buffs and debuffs were like in Returnal. But I feel like they were more interesting in the early game, at least. Grab that. Oops. Oh my god, what am I doing here? We're at the end now. Taking damage briefly jams main weapon. Sounds pretty fucking annoying. Corruption reduces incoming damage, though. Fuck it, take it. Most of the artifacts are pointless, in my opinion. Only thing you should look at is the stats. Headhunter. I think these searing rounds might be good, if that's what was affecting those last few enemies. Or I was burning them or something. Okay, so do I have to beat this boss again if I want to get back to the second area? Seems like I do. Yeah, I didn't really realize what I was signing up for coming back here. No? How do I get back? I can dial from primary? Yeah, how do I get back to primary from here, though? Yeah, well, without resetting the run, I mean. If I want to keep this run going. Return to passage? How? Yeah, I don't want to reset the run. Do you even have the option if the eclipse is on? It seems like I can. Yeah, I don't want to do that if it resets the run. I want to keep what I have. Unless that doesn't reset, but it probably resets, right? Alright, fuck it. Let's fight this guy again, then. Oh, boy. Here we go again. Not sure if I have the energy for this guy right now. Up his patterns? He is! He didn't do this last time. He was predictable with these yellow orbs. Whoop. Now he's doing the same thing again. Yeah, he's mixing it up. I don't think he did that before. I'm gonna make a balls out of this, I think. Not focusing. Oof. Whoa, this is the toughest phase. Hard to know what to focus on when. Whoa. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Get rid of that thing. Last phase. Oh my god.
That's right.
Hey! Nice. Pretty fun when it gets clutched there towards the end. Now, we were fine there. We still had our second life as well. Kind of unusual to get a second chance so early in the game. You can get it really early. Usually that's a late game thing. Like generally in games. Nice. Cheers for the GGs. Okay, back to the passage. Or we could have just kept going there, right? Because we were back. Anyway, I think I'm going to leave it here for tonight. Cool. Yeah, we'll leave it there for tonight. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. It was a pretty chill session. Tomorrow, I'll probably do something else. I think it's safe to say that I won't do Hitman or SAROS for my next stream, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But anyway, I'll have a think about it, and we'll see. I should be on tomorrow anyway. If I'm not, I'll be on Monday, but I reckon I'll be on tomorrow. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon with something. Take it easy, everyone. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Elmed, thank you, and good night.